So those of the public could just apologize. I thought we actually started at 6:30. So the technical issues that we're experiencing actually fall on me, not on the board. So just give it a couple seconds and we should be good to go.
Good evening. At 6:29, this meeting of the Mountain View Isthmus School Board will now be called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with justice for all. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Laura Blakely.
Chris Chang.
Bill Lambert.
Laura Berman.
And Devin Conley. Thank you. Let the record reflect that all of the trustees are present tonight. We will now move on to item 1C, approval of the agenda. Are there any? No. Are there any questions or comments from trustees regarding the agenda or a motion?
I move.
Approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor? Oh, wait, hold on. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. If you are in person, you can bring a yellow card to the front and speak at the podium. Seeing as there are none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Let the record reflect that the trustees have unanimously approved the agenda. We will now move on to item 2, special recognition. This is regarding AB 2449, open meetings, local agencies, and teleconferences. Dr. Rudolph.
So we have one trustee that is meeting remotely under AB 2449. The Board of Trustees must vote to allow this person to attend. And so staff is recommending that you approve it so that Trustee Berman can participate.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from trustees? Are there any comments from the public? If so, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. If you are here in person, you may submit a comment card and approach the podium. Seeing as there is no public comment, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve AB 2449 to provide a teleconferencing option. This is written funny. That will be in effect from January 1, 2023 until January 1, 2026, and allow President Berman to attend this meeting remotely.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Chang, the board unanimously approves AB 2449 be used to provide a teleconferencing option for Trustee Berman to participate remotely today. Thank you, trustees. We will now move on to item 3, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Now is the time for members of the public who would like to address the board regarding closed session agenda items to do so. Tonight's closed session has 3 items on the agenda. To address the board, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow card in person. If you are online, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We have one public speaker tonight who is here in person. Let's get a 3-minute timer up on the clock. And Mr. Nelson, you have 3 minutes to address the board.
This is on item A, the increased payment for leasing ground for the Teacher Hope housing. I hope you don't give the developer more profit because they already own this land and we already have a contract. The other thing I want to talk about, C, performance evaluation of the superintendent. Over 5 years, The still lingering academic gap that Dr. Rudolph inherited has not been improved. The results for the district show that the gap has increased relative to the same gaps at the high school district that serves many of the same Hispanic SED families. The numbers show 10% worse gap relative to Mountain View Los Altos improvement. The numbers show somewhat worse district-wide Hispanic and SED gap. The numbers show below. I handed out something so you can see the details of this. There's an incredible segregation gap effects in our K to 6 sites. Dr. Rudolph's leadership can be seen as an academic improvement failure for Hispanic and socially economically disadvantaged students. Castro is down minus 21.4% from the 2017 standards. In math, it's down 16.9% relative to what the standards met and above was in 2017. To look at this, the results of the ELA, the last time they were available, they're not available for this year, was only 22% were proficient or above standard met or above in ELA, and only 16% in math. Compare that in the table, you could see against the other schools and what's our average and even what the state is.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We will now adjourn to closed session. Welcome back at 8:39. We are reconvening this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board. There was no action taken in closed session this evening. We will now move on to item 6, the consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments from trustees regarding the consent agenda?
Just pulling items F and J for a quick question.
And Shay. Thank you, Trustee Chang. We'll take public comment real quick. If there are members of the public who would like to address the board regarding this item, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow card, or if you are on Zoom, you can raise your hand or press *9 if you're on a phone. Seeing as there are no comments at this time, is there a motion from trustees?
I move we approve the consent agenda with items F and J pulled for separate discussion.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Trustee Chang.
Trustee, did you note that Trustee Berman left?
Oh,
Is
yes,
that-
I should.
Sorry.
Note. Thank you. President Berman is no longer attending the meeting. And I should note that on a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Lambert, the consent agenda was just approved minus items F and J, which have been pulled for further discussion. Trustee Chang.
Thank you. A question for the on the window replacement project. Is there as part of the design process, has there been any look into the impact on HVAC efficiency for, like, I recognize that this escalation's on the Graham side of it, but then do we know, have we looked into if the open windows for certain buildings will impact our improvements of HVAC?
Dr. Westover, you want to take this one or you want me to?
Right, sorry about that. I wasn't able to unmute myself. This change order is actually for painting of Graham. You asked about the efficiency of our HVAC systems with replaced windows. That was one of the intended purposes for our bond, is to increase efficiency across the district. So replacing the windows to make them more efficient is one of the purposes. Trustee, did that answer your question, Trustee Chang?
And I guess my question was general, just with the general lend lease back of the projects that are not necessarily repainting of Graham, but just the broader scope of the project. But I'll take that off. I'll directly take it off.
So the systems are designed to, like, for instance, what you're hearing right now is it's a constant churn of air. So having the windows just helps to increase the air exchange that we have. But similar to our classrooms, all of these units are pretty much the same. So you don't see a big difference from one to another if the windows or doors are open on any of them. I think in the event that there's a fire, we would actually close all the windows, and then that's where the efficiency is more determined by other factors.
I have a comment later, but no further questions.
And then item J, Trustee Chang.
I don't have a comment. I think we have to vote on these individually. So if there, do you want to
Do you want to make a motion, or
I make a motion to make my comment. I move that we approve item F, the change order for the district-wide replacement project.
Second.
do you have a question of clarification? Do I need to go to public comment again? Or is that covered by having public comment on the consent agenda?
You would need to open it up for public
All right.
comment.
If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on consent agenda item F, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium. Seeing as there are no comments, and we have a motion by Trustee Chang, seconded by Trustee Blakely. All those in favor?
For that. So thank you.
Okay.
I'll be voting in favor of this, recognizing that the board already approved of this process on the May 4th meeting. I just want to put the comment out there that I do still think that while I have no objection to the paints and the particulars of what's happening at Graham. The $17 million project, part of it is redoing the windows in our new modular buildings. And those modular buildings were put in, they're designed for a certain efficiency, and modular it's affordable as a choice when one doesn't go in and kind of redo the building, right? So it's like, and I think we're learning now, like I guess we should, I think, live with that trade-off of that if we went modular buildings, open up those buildings. I'm really concerned about the spending $17 million, particularly the chunk of it that's being spent on new buildings, especially buildings where DSA proved to be safe for kids. And in that last May 4th meeting, questions of parents wanting a second egress in emergencies. There are cheaper methods to provide in that kind of rare and horrible incident of where they needed an evacuation other than their main door. There are other methods that could have been used. I mean, classrooms could have been provided with glass breakers and things like that. I'm also concerned that there is those modular buildings that were DSA approved were designed for HVAC efficiency, and I do wonder if we will lose some of that efficiency. But that was my comment, so we can go to a vote.
Okay, so let's go to a vote. All those in favor of approving item F?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that was approved unanimously. And then item J, Trustee Ching.
Just one question on this one for the item J says estimated budget. I had a hard time figuring out what was the estimated budget for the district alteration project, the district office alteration project.
Dr. Russell, will you have that?
Yeah, give me a second to pull it. Sorry, I have a stack of everything that's printed out and I'm grabbing it.
We could go to public comment while you pull that up. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on consent agenda item J, you may raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium with a yellow card. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, we'll return to Dr. Westover.
Thank you so much for giving me time. Hi, J. I'm missing item J in my packet, so I'll grab it from online.
There's nothing there online.
It doesn't have the bid yet because this is just this is just the board approving us to award the actual bid. I don't think it has unless there's an estimated budget for this.
It's not online, Dr. Westover.
Okay, this is
This is for phase 1 of the district office. So what's the cost for essentially putting the wall up?
So, and this is giving the superintendent the authority to enter into the contract because we were still working on the design prior to this board meeting.
So I don't think we've reviewed the estimated budget for this phase separately yet. Trustee Chang, does that make sense?
Just trying to understand the process then. So if we are authorizing the superintendent on this, will this budget item I'm trying to figure out when the budget. I recall the first time it came back to us, there was a budget number.
Will the contract come back to us, Dr. Riddle?
It will come back to you. Do you have the amount that is for the total project?
Yep, I can pull that up.
So the total project creating an area for special ed because their department's increasing by 4. And then also creating spaces to house an additional court director, as well as the literacy staff, to refresh the portables that are out there, and then to build essentially the conference room that you were just in disappears and becomes yet another office, and the board's conference room becomes the side right behind you. So the total cost of that is how much?
I'm afraid
Estimated.
The reason I
We've
asked,
had this in prior meetings, haven't we? We
Yeah.
had,
the reason I asked this is because this is authorizing the superintendent to enter bids, right? So I just want to know the sense of the scope of the bids, if the board is authorizing the superintendent to have this authority with that.
Yeah, we've done this before with other projects.
I don't disagree with the question, Trustee Chang. I think I would have written it in ahead of time since it seems like it's hard to get the information
Sure.
right now.
are we taking comments yet or are we waiting for the motion?
We've already done public comment, so we just need a,
So we have board comments?
Yep.
I too was going to comment that I think some of these items may be dispensed more efficiently by writing in by 4 o'clock on Tuesday. And I have to confess, I did not get my question in recently until like 7:30 Wednesday morning, and it was still responded to. So to keep the meetings run more efficiently, I think certain items like this that are more kind of just questions would be helpful to submit in advance.
thank you. Are there other comments or a motion from trustees?
Oh, I move that we approve item J as presented.
My second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, on a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Clerk,
Lambert?
I'm sorry, Lambert. I'm looking at you and I want to say Wheeler, and that's not right. It's been a long time since I've sat in this seat and run the meeting. 3 trustees, Blakely, Lambert, and Conley voted in the affirmative, and Trustee Chang voted in the negative. We will now move on to item 7, communications. Are there any members of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are none, are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time?
I just want to point out that Dr. Westover did a tour with the Bond Oversight Committee today of the teacher housing project. And I can't give the feedback, but I don't know if Dr. Westover, you just want to share some of their thoughts, since there's no one here to represent them.
Yeah, they
I was just going to say Trustee Lambert was there, Clerk Lambert.
All right.
Dr. Westover. Oh,
I think they appreciated the tour. They were excited about what we might be able to offer our teachers in the future and thought that it would be a great tool for recruitment. They actually asked if maybe we include it on our new teacher welcome and as part of the tour that they tour staff housing. So it was a fun visit.
thank you. Anything to add, Trustee
I
Lambert?
was an observer with the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, and it was, a great visit. The developer showed us everything, and I think the public should know that the estimated end of the construction is probably about this time next year. However, occupancy is contingent upon having an underground garage built, and that's with the underground garage associated with the other development adjacent to it, and that will estimated to take until March 2025. So that's what we can sort of plan for.
Okay.
But it looks great. It's too bad more people can't go visit it, and it's everything is stripped and all the wires and plumbing is getting done, and they're getting ready to some of the walls, wall boards in, and really making great progress.
Wish they could speed up that parking.
Thank you for the update. That's wonderful news. And then Dr. Rudolph, the superintendent updates.
Yep. So first, just want to thank everybody for a great year. I know it's had its ups and downs and was a little bit bumpy, but we really appreciate everyone's patience as we get back to normal. We definitely have a lot of challenges in front of us, but I think everybody's committed to doing it. So I just want to say thank you to the parents, the volunteers, teachers, and staff, administrators who all have worked very hard this year. I also want to congratulate and just to sort of announce a couple of movements that were approved. So Ms. Thompson, who is assistant principal at Graham, will be moving, and the updated personnel report actually was placed on the website too. And we are sending out I think the announcements probably already went out. But Ms. Thompson, not to shortchange my acknowledgement of her, we're moving from assistant principal at Graham to assistant principal at Crittenden. We'll be joining that team. Ms. Williams will be moving from Therakoff to Graham. She was a secondary administrator, and so she will be joining that secondary team. So really excited about that. Ms. Cabato will be moving from our special ed department and will be joining Bub Elementary as this principal. So we're super excited to have her. And then Ms. Lyons, who is currently at Crittenden, will be moving over to Therakoff and will be taking over as principal at that school. So really congratulations to those four wonderful ladies for the movement and for some of them the promotion. And then just one other big thing. So, the board has a very strong interest in tackling the achievement gap, especially the early learning issue that we have seen that has been sort of exacerbated by the pandemic. As we know, most of our kids were learning how to read when the pandemic hit. So, for instance, our current fourth graders would have been in first grade during the pandemic, which means that they would have had only part of the time there, and then they had to learn online, right? And so our third graders were kinders. And so the board expressed interest in this, and we said that we would be tackling it sort of in a holistic approach. And one of the items that I've mentioned a couple times is that we wanted to give out kinder book bags with a lot of reading materials. And so yesterday was our event, and we still have people picking their book bags up. And I just want to just talk about this event just real quick. It was a big success, but it wouldn't have been possible without all the efforts of a core of kinder books and book bag team for the past 2 months. So 4 amazing instructional coaches, Casey Kulo, Kathleen Stern, Charlotte Christensen, and Amanda Clem, met with Ms. DeGar weekly to design a 6 weeks activity packet, order books and supplies, and then they put 400 book bags together for students to use over the summer. On top of that, our Director of Equity and Inclusion, as well as our communications coordinator, Ms. Pullman, as well as Ms. Mitchner, helped to coordinate not only the logistics, but also the item pickup along with Mr. Gar. And then, of course, the principals also contributed so that they could pass out the books at 3 different sites with families. So yesterday we had 3 sites from 4 to 5:30, Amai, Therakoff, and Castro Straw, all for rising kinders for students who were sort of at risk. And then in addition to that, we also were passing them out today. And I believe that we've handed out over 166 books. And again, this is just part of a holistic approach of tackling early readers and sort of helping them come. And we figure if we can give them a leg up when they come into kinder, that just helps to strengthen sort of the issues that we're seeing right now as a result of the pandemic. So kudos to the team for all the hard work that they did over the past couple of months.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. And I would be remiss if I did not note that President Berman wanted to make sure that the board was able to convey that we are very thankful at this last meeting of this school year for all of the work of the district staff, everyone from the district office, our teachers, all of our school staff, operations, MOT, for an incredible school year. And especially Dr. Rudolph for your leadership this year. And also we want to thank the families and students who've partnered with us all year long. We hope everyone has a safe, healthy, and fun-filled summer. And we're looking forward to seeing everyone back in the fall. On that note, if there are any members of the public who wanted to comment on this section of the agenda regarding communications, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone or approach the podium with a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there are none, we will move on to community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. I currently have 5 speaker cards already. If anyone else in person would like to comment during this time, please let me know by bringing me your speaker card. And if you are online and would like to comment during community comments, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. It looks like we have 5. I want to make sure we get the logistics of this right. At least 4 of the speakers are going to be in Spanish. Because there are 5 speakers and we've allocated 10 minutes total for this item, each speaker will have 2 minutes, 2 minutos. And I'm including. Thank you. So when our speakers come, if you're speaking in Spanish, you have 2 minutes to speak. So cada persona tienen 2 minutos para hablar, sí, a las junta de las directivas. Lo siento, mi español es un poquito. But I want to make sure that we have the translation set up, Dr. Rudolph, because
Yep.
I would like to understand what's being said.
Yep, Elena? Yeah, we can. Works for us.
Perfecto. Thank you.
A point of clarification, will you be pausing during the time each person speaks, or will you be trying to summarize? Okay. Do you want to say that in Spanish right now so they understand? Because we had some discussions about this earlier.
All right, so we will start with Maria Elena Trago. If you would approach the podium. Thank you, Trustee Blakely.
Entidad está sirve. Bueno, y lo puede.
And we'll have a timer here.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Elena Fraga Chávez. Nosotros venimos por la parte del Turcam tenemos el problema de nuestra secretaria que nos la quieren mover. Venimos a hacer ese comentario sobre, yo tengo hijos y he tenido uno más mayor y él se graduó también de Turcam y en sí mi hijo, el mediano y el más chico están preocupados porque ellos dicen que ellos se sienten muy a gusto con su secretaria, con la secretaria que tenemos, porque ella es muy buena gente con ellos, ella es muy respetuosa. Sin embargo, para mí el problema es de que si ella es como muy fuerte con los niños, ella no es una persona que es fuerte con los niños, sino que es para que ella es un respeto para nuestra escuela, porque en sí usted sabe cómo están los niños, todos tenemos diferentes, pero nosotros estamos preocupados por nuestra secretaria. Si se podría, para que nos la podrían dejar un tiempo más para nosotros y nuestra comunidad, le agradeceríamos mucho. Nosotros, yo como madre.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
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 Thank you for those comments. The next speaker will be Agustina Yepes.
Buenas tardes, yo soy Agustina Yepes, tengo 15 años de estar en la escuela Terca, 4 de mis hijos asistieron ahí y por mucho tiempo yo también vinimos por el mismo problema de que nos quieren quitar a Merly y pues ella ha sido muy buena con todos nosotros y por mi parte yo no he tenido ninguna queja de ella, más bien mis hijos ellos siempre decían que era bien buena gente y no sé por qué la quedarán cambiar para otra escuela. Y pues nosotros como comunidad no estamos de acuerdo. Aunque yo ya no tengo hijos ahí en esa escuela, pero yo quiero que pues la dejen ahí de vuelta. Y por eso estamos ahorita aquí. Y quisiera que nos escucharan y pues que nos ayudaran con eso. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. And then is the translation available? Yes. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Elvira Salgado.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Elvira Salgado, con mucho respeto me dirijo a ustedes. Vengo a hablar también sobre nuestra secretaria de TERCA, Mari. Yo creo que ella ya tiene muchísimo tiempo ahí en la escuela, siempre desde que yo llegué ahí. Para mí fue el cambio muy difícil, yo venía de México y más sin embargo siempre tuve su apoyo en todo. Mi hijo también. Es cierto que ella tiene una voz muy gruesa para hablar, pero creo que eso no es ni como que cohiban los niños o nada. Simplemente es para que puedan hacerla escuchar y puedan obedecer. Aparte, yo creo que han pasado, desde que yo llegué ahí a la escuela, han pasado 4 directores por ahí y yo creo que han sido una parte muy fundamental para ellos porque yo he visto que a todos los ha ayudado, he visto que hace muy bien su trabajo, aparte de que con los niños ha hecho un buen trabajo. Ella llega temprano allá a la escuela. Habemos muchos padres o hay muchos padres que trabajan y no tienen la posibilidad de dejar a sus hijos en otro lugar. Ella no es que sea niñera, pero simple y sencillamente yo creo que ha estado ahí para los padres que tienen que trabajar temprano y que tienen que dejar a sus hijos ahí y que no se queden afuera de la escuela a la que algo les pase. Entonces yo creo que ella siempre ha estado con la comunidad, con los niños y apoyando más que nada también a los 4 directores que han pasado por ahí desde que yo llegué, que han sido 8 años. Entonces nuestro pedimento hacia ustedes o lo que queremos pedirles es que nos permitan que ella siga en su puesto. Sería todo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias por sus comentarios. Our next, oh, please translate. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Carla Ardon.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Carla Ardón. Soy la representante de ILAC de la escuela Terca y estoy aquí para pedirles el apoyo de que no nos cambien a nuestra secretaria, la señora Mary Colon, ya que ella ha trabajado en nuestra escuela por más de 20 años. Es una gran persona para nuestra comunidad, que nuestros padres que no hablamos el inglés. Ella siempre está ahí para apoyarnos, para cualquier situación que tengan nuestros niños. Ella está ahí siempre apoyándolos, aconsejándonos. Y siento de que no es justo de que nos la quiten de nuestra escuela, porque todos los padres la apreciamos mucho. Y es cierto que ella tiene un carácter muy fuerte, pero esa es su personalidad de ella y así la queremos. Tanto los padres como los niños, sería algo muy fuerte psicológicamente regresar de nuestras vacaciones a nuestro año escolar y que ella no encuentre ahí. Mi petición es que ustedes como mesa directiva nos apoyen a que ella siempre permanezca en nuestra escuela Tercaf. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. And our final speaker will be Stephen Nelson.
Yeah, I want to make a comment on the academic achievement gap. The segregation at Castro, Stevenson, and Amai worsens the gap. You can't evade the research, you can't evade the numbers, and you can't evade responsibility. But these parents have brought up something real interesting, because the issue is, one of the big issues, if students aren't at school, they can't learn. Castro has the biggest problem with chronic absences, but I know this school secretary also. She was there when I was substituting in the district. That's how long ago it was that I was substituting in the district. And somebody who has the ability to have the parents' trust also, and also get the students' trust, that's the kind of person that makes a kid want to come to school. And that's what we need to make sure doesn't happen in Therakov. Something's going wrong at Castro and has been for years, but maybe this is one of the reasons why Therakov doesn't have quite as big a problem with chronic absenteeism as Castro does. So it's extremely important. I know the superintendent has done a great job of trying to move people around and give them different experience in different places, but maybe that's not the right thing to do for these parents, the kids of these parents, and the kids of the parents that didn't come here to represent their school. The superintendent can change his mind and decide to put this secretary back. It's maybe unusual from what he's doing, and I think there's a lot to be said about moving your administrators around, maybe moving your secretaries around. But this secretary is really part of the persona of this school.
Thank you.
And I
for your
don't think
comments,
there's a
Mr.
problem.
Nelson. Thank you for everyone who commented tonight. We appreciate your feedback. The board is not able to directly respond to comments that are made during this item, but we do listen very closely and we appreciate you staying with us tonight to be able to comment. So thank you. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y también su paciencia. All right, we will now move on to item 9, review and action. We will start with item 9A, which is the California Dashboard Local Indicators, with the presentation from Director of Federal, State, and Strategic Programs, Jeff Chang, and our Chief Academic Officer, Kathy Bauer.
Good evening, trustees. Tonight, staff is presenting the district's local indicator data, which will be included in the California dashboard for approval. This data was presented at the June 1st, 2023 meeting of the Board of Trustees, and the presentation and narrative from June 1st are included for review. It is our recommendation that the board approves the 2023-2024 California Dashboard Local Indicators as presented.
Are there any comments or questions from trustees? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can approach the podium and submit a speaker card, or you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there any comments from trustees or a motion?
I move that the board approve the California Dashboard Local Indicators as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Chang, the board has voted unanimously to approve the California Dashboard Local Indicators as presented. I will note many of the items this evening, we have already had one hearing on at a previous meeting, and so this is the second hearing. We'll move on to item 9B, the 2023-24 Local Control Accountability Plan, again with Director Chang and Chief Academic Officer Bauer.
Thank you again. So staff is also presenting tonight the district's 2023-2024 Local Control Accountability Plan for approval, and also included is the budget overview for parents. The LCAP and the supporting documents were presented for public hearing at the June 1st, 2023 meeting of the Board of Trustees, and the presentation from that meeting has been included for reference. And we once again recommend that the board approves the 2022-2023 Local Control Accountability Plan as presented.
Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can approach the podium. I do have one speaker card. If you're in Zoom, you can raise your hand or press *9 on your phone. We appear to have only one speaker, so we will put a 3-minute timer up on the clock. And Mr. Nelson, when the timer is there, you are welcome to begin.
Good evening. Yes, I'm Mr. Nelson. Our enormous academic achievement gap can be mitigated by paying extra attention to things like chronic absenteeism, do things like keep this trusted school secretary at Theracon, and concentrate as you should using LCAP designated funds for these things. Our highest needs is kids in highest chronic absences are in certain campuses and not others. Castro has an enormous problem. If there's no school for kids, there's no learning. And that, so from your own California School Boards Associations, quote, questions for boards to consider. 1, have you seen chronic absenteeism data for your district and schools? When was the last time you saw that? 2, is chronic absence a moderate or severe problem in particular schools in your district? Look at the numbers. It's doubled across the district, but it was much higher in Castro even to start with. It's an enormous problem. And part of the problem of Castro academics is there are students that aren't there in the classroom. And 3, what strategies and resources are included in your local control and accountability plan to either prevent future or address current chronic absences? So I've complained about this. You'll see there's a note in the references. I came to the hearing to complain about resources that aren't being put in Castro in proportion to the need at Castro. There are many more chronic absent students, those who are missing more than 10% of the school year at Castro than there are at Stevenson, Amai, and Bub combined. There isn't any reason why there shouldn't be more resource officers, student support staff at Castro to handle this problem. If there's as many as there are in their proportion to chronic absenteeism, there would be much more school staff, student staff officers at that school just to support this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Are there any comments from trustees or a motion?
I will just comment. I know we've discussed this throughout the year, but at the last session, the detailed reports were presented, and I know it was just a heck of a lot of work to put together this plan. And I just really appreciate all the dedication of staff and the drilling into the numbers and details to put this plan together. So I just wanted to say thank you. And with that, unless others had comments, oh, did you? No. I move that the board approve the 2023-2024 Local Control Accountability Plan as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Chang, the board has voted unanimously to approve the 2023-24 Local Control Accountability Plan as presented. We will now move on to item 9C, the 23-24 LCAP Federal Addendum, with again, Director Chang.
Thank you. So once again, the staff is presenting the district's federal addendum to the LCAP. This plan was presented on the June 1st, 2023 meeting as well. And the LCAP federal addendum is included on the notes. And is our recommendation that the board approves the 2023-2024 LCAP federal addendum as presented.
Thank you, Director Chang. Any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium in person. Seeing as there's no public comment at this time, are there comments or a motion from trustees?
It's my evening to make motions. I move that the board approve the 2023-2024 LCAP federal addendum as presented.
I second.
Thank you. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Lambert, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The board has unanimously approved the 2023-24 LCAP federal addendum as presented. We'll move on to item 9D, resolution number 01061523, the Education Protection Account, or EPA, with a presentation from our Chief Business Officer, Dr. Rebecca Westover.
Good evening, trustees. The next three items have all been brought to the trustees during the previous board meeting, so I do not have a presentation for the next three items unless you have additional questions.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Questions from trustees? All right, public comment. If you would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there any comments or a motion from trustees?
By default, I move that the board adopt resolution number 01-061523, Education Protection Account for the proposed uses of the Education Protection Account funds as identified on the list attached in the board package.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Lambert, the board has unanimously voted to adopt resolution number 01-061523, the Education Protection Account. We will move on to item 9E, the 23-24 budget adoption. Dr. Westover. I understand there's no presentation. Are there any questions from trustees on this item? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the budget adoption, please raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium. As there is no public comment at this time, is there a motion or comments from trustees?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2023-2024 budget adoption as presented.
I second.
On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Lambert, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The board has unanimously voted to approve the 2023-2024 budget adoption as presented. We'll move on to item 9F, the budget overview for parents. Again, Dr. Westover pointed out we had a presentation on this previously. Are there any questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium in person. As there is no public comment at this time, is there a motion from trustees or comments?
Not a comment, but a motion to have the board approve the budget overview for parents as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Chang and seconded by trustee Blakely, the board votes unanimously to approve the budget overview for parents as presented. We're now on item 9G, the short-term educational enhancement reserve, EER, JPA agreement, which is we're going to hear from Dr. Rudolph and possibly our Chief Business Officer, Dr. Rebecca Westover.
So staff is bringing you a recommendation to approve the short-term educational enhancement reserve JPA agreement. This is a short-term agreement which keeps funding at its previous level, makes a base guarantee 5.6 million, and then there is an escalator depending on the property tax value. While it doesn't represent the full share of the tax revenue that comes out of that area, it does help us to avert any types of layoffs that were pending as a result of the actual agreement ending. These funds will continue to be used to help us defray costs that can be diverted in other areas in order to decrease class size, improve mental health services for our students, as well as address needs with special ed students in our schools. So the additional funds will cover other costs that can help us to pay for much needed costs that are present in our schools today as a result of the pandemic. Staff is recommending that you approve the short-term agreement, knowing that all three entities will be negotiating a longer-term agreement, hopefully within the next year.
Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Have a dates been set for meetings between the joint committee?
They have not been set just yet. There are still conversations about the facilitator. We continue to request that the facilitator is neutral. The current recommendations from the facilitator currently have business ties with the city. And we think that that just puts us, there's a conflict of interest there. So as soon as staff are able to agree on a facilitator, I believe that dates will be set.
I do have a question. Have all of the parties engaged announced their negotiation committees or their negotiation representatives?
Yes, all three entities have decided on who the smaller group is that will be negotiating.
Thank you. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the speaker podium with a speaker card. We appear to have one speaker tonight, so we will put a timer for 3 minutes up. And Vice Mayor Showalter, when that timer appears, you are welcome to begin.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Pat Showalter, and I'm Vice Mayor of Mountain View, and I'm here on behalf of the Mountain View City Council to, as your superintendent mentioned, to urge you to pass this. We are looking forward to working with you to to negotiate the long-term agreement. And this is a very necessary but important and welcome first step. So that's what that's the message. And as we all recognize, the children of Mountain View belong to all of us. They are residents of our city, as well as the focus of your district. So they're all very important to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. We appreciate you joining us so late in the evening as well. We know it is.
Oh,
Quite
and
far
I
down
would
the
just
agenda.
also like to add, having been a parent in the Mountain View Wisman schools for many years, congratulations on getting to the end of the school year. I remember every time it happened when my kids were here, there was a big sigh of relief and lots of fanfare and celebration. And it's just a wonderful part of school is to celebrate all the things that have been accomplished and take a breather during the summer and then, look forward to coming back in the fall.
Thank you. Are there any comments from trustees? Trustee Chang?
I just wanted to extend a thank you to both the district staff and also the city staff and the city council for their work on this short-term agreement. I think that without the short-term agreement, we wouldn't have the clarity and kind of the bandwidth to work on the long term. So I think this really, this allows us all to clearly work with together. And I really look forward to those joint meetings, the joint meetings of those subcommittees to be meeting as soon as possible. And then the follow-up joint meeting between of the full city council and full school boards that following that. Look forward to this happening as soon as possible, because while the year is over, another year can sneak upon us before we know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Trustee Blakely?
I basically wanted to echo similar sentiments. While I'm grateful for the short-term agreement, I'm disappointed that this is not the longer-term agreement. I realized COVID cropped up in the process of our commencing negotiating this in 2019, early 2020. But I am hopeful and, hopeful. I hope I remain hopeful that we get this done in the next year. And I'm hoping that we will all work cooperatively and not try to stonewall. And I hope that we can pull this together, because as Vice Mayor Showalter said, the kids are all of our kids. And I think this will benefit everybody to get this done in a appropriate and reasonable manner that serves the best interests of our children as well as the residents of Mountain View. So I hope we can get it done.
Thank you, Trustee Blakely. I will just add, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I am very happy that we are voting tonight on this agreement as a short-term agreement and looking forward to the negotiations that we're going to undertake. I think, we have always been on a path toward this point. There was going to reach a point where the Shoreline JPA did have to be renegotiated, and it has fallen to this board and the City Council and the board of MVLA at this time to be the parties to do so. It's not an easy position to be in for any of these bodies, but I appreciate the collaboration and camaraderie from our colleagues on the council and the Mountain View Los Altos School Board as well. And I know that everyone is trying to serve our community as effectively as possible. And so I believe that it's going to be hard, but that we are going to be able to reach an agreement that can serve our children and our community well in the future. On that note, is there a motion on this item?
I move that we approve the short-term educational enhancement reserve EER JPA agreement.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 On a motion made by Trustee Lambert and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the board has voted to unanimously approve the short-term education enhancement reserve joint powers agreement as presented. We will now move on to our final action item, item 9H, resolution number 01-061523, a resolution supporting the rights, freedoms, and equality of bisexual, transgender, queer, and/or gender expansive community members. And actually, before we begin that item, we're going to take a short bio break. And do we need a motion to extend the meeting?
We should, yes.
Okay, is there a motion?
I moved that we extend the meeting till 10:30.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by trustee Lambert and seconded by trustee Blakely, we've extended the meeting till 10:30 unanimously. We will return shortly. Yes, at 9:59, we are reconvening. We will now move on to item 9H, resolution number 01-061523, a resolution supporting the rights, freedoms, and equality of bisexual, transgender, queer, and/or gender expansive community members. Dr. Rudolph and I believe our Director of Equity, Megan Pullman, are here to present.
Director Pullman, you want to? There we go.
Good evening, trustees. I can read the resolution for you. I present to you resolution number 01-061523, resolution supporting the rights, freedoms, and equality of those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and/or gender expansive. Whereas members of Mountain View Westminster School District Board of Education support the rights, freedoms, and equality of those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and gender expansive. Whereas LGBTQ+ and gender expansive students deserve a safe educational space in schools, are responsible for creating an educational environment that promotes a sense of belonging for all students, including LGBTQ+, gender expansive students.
Director Pullman, I think the trustees wanted to read the resolution, if that's all right.
Okay.
We're thrilled that you're presenting it, but we would love to do a choral reading once it's passed.
That's fantastic. Sorry about that. I got too excited. Yes, thank you so much for considering this resolution is presented.
Thank you so much, Director Pullman. Are there any questions from trustees? Are there any comments from the public? If you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. In person, you may approach the podium and submit a speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there any comments from trustees? Yes, Trustee Chang.
I just want to thank the board and the district for bringing this item. I recognize that in the past, we got an email of people asking, well, has the board addressed this in the past? And while the board has addressed this before, I am really appreciative that whenever we as a community identify where students and staff are still facing threats and dangers and vulnerability, that a resolution continues to affirm that this is a safe and inclusive place to work and to learn. So I hope that whenever on any issue where we're seeing threats facing our community, that we bring it back that year and every year until it's not. So I just appreciate that. And just like that, like for a lot of people who, so glad to the survey saying that for last year, saying that 70% of people are saying that they experience more threats since pandemic, and that visibility, us doing this, visibility matters. And so to hear the board, it trickles down. If the board is passing a resolution, it's a powerful message. So just thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chang. Trustee Blakely.
I echo what Trustee Chang said. I had more of a administrative question, which is if we're going to read the resolution, did Director Pullman get through the first three whereases, and should we start with the fourth one?
I think she got through probably the first two, so we could start on number 3.
Sure.
And then I'd like to comment real quick before we vote. I agree with what Trustee Chang said. Absolutely, we will keep revisiting these topics when we know that our community members are being threatened, harassed, hurt, assaulted, that there are negative things happening across our country against members of our school district family and people who are like them. And, people still ask me why we approved this in the first place last year. And my response is that there is no place for hate in this school district, that we protect our children, our families, our staff who identify as LGBTQIA+. They are cared for, they are seen here, they are a valuable part of our community. And I want to remind everyone that we saw in COVID, we were only as safe and healthy as the most vulnerable members of our community. We are only as free. We only experience as much justice as the most vulnerable members of our community. And we can look at what's happening across the country, this focus, especially on targeting transgender youth, It extends to a focus on trying to reify very rigid gender roles and basically put women back another 50 years. We've seen that with Roe v. Wade being removed, but it continues to be pushing. I'm not going back in that box, and I'm not letting anybody else put my brothers, sisters, and gender expansive family members in a box or a closet or push them out of our community. So we will continue this fight. And, it may seem like it's just words here, but as Trustee Chang said, like, it matters. It's a statement that matters. We're seeing school districts across even California having this fight about whether or not their community is going to support all of their community members. On that note, perhaps we can start with Trustee Blakely and move down the line on item 3 of the resolution. Oh, we haven't voted yet. Excuse me. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 01-061523, a resolution supporting the rights, freedoms, and equality of those who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and or gender expansive as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Trustee Chang, resolution number 01-061523 is unanimously approved. Trustee Blakely.
So beginning with the third whereas, because Director Pullman read the first two. Whereas, according to data from the 2022 National Survey on LGBTQ plus youth mental health, as reported by the Trevor Project, 45% of LGBTQ plus and gender expansive youth seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year, including more than half of transgender and non-binary youth, disproportionately harming LGBTQ plus and gender expansive youth of color. And
whereas in accordance with Assembly Bill 493, school sites and community resources for the support of the LGBTQ plus and gender expansive students improves school climate for all students. And
whereas on June 16th, 2021, Department of Education says Title IX protections apply to LGBTQ plus and gender expansive students. And
whereas Mountain View Westman School District affirms its commitment to being a place where all students feel empowered to reach their highest potential, acknowledging that this excellence is born from a deep well of knowledge sustained through our diversity. And
whereas in the 2020-2021 school year, Mountain View Westman School District updated restroom signage across all schools to maintain inclusive access to single-stall, gender-neutral restrooms for all students, and provided all principals and teachers with training on how to nurture inclusive classroom environments for LGBTQ plus and gender expansive students.
whereas in 2021-22 and 2022-23 school years, the Mountain View Westman School District continued training with all teachers and student-facing staff on how to provide inclusive environments for LGBTQ plus and gender expansive students.
therefore, be it resolved that the Mountain View Westman School District will raise Progress Pride flags within the first week in June at the district office and keep the flags up the entire month of June. And
be it further resolved that the Mountain View Westman School District will continue to solicit feedback from parents and students about what additional resources and support LGBTQ plus and gender expansive students and staff need to thrive within our district, and collaborate with the District Equity Advisory Committee on an action plan to address those needs. And
be it further resolved that the Mountain View Westman School District will actively engage in education of our families by providing the appropriate LGBTQ plus and gender expansive resources as needed, including but not limited to resources from local community organizations.
thank you, trustees, and thank you, Director Pullman, for bringing this to us tonight. We will now move on to item 10A, Health and Wellness Annual Report, with Director of Student Supports and Special Education, Karen Jinbo, and our Health and Wellness Coordinator, Brian White.
Good evening, trustees. It's a pleasure to be back with you this evening to share our wellness policy annual goals final report. And let me get it up on the screen for you. Okay, so accompanying me this evening is Coordinator White, who will co-present. And as always, we are aligned with our strategic plan, Goal 2, and guided by our wellness policy annual goals, which we will report on progress later in the slides. As you have had a copy of the slides and given the time of the evening, we are going to bring you highlights of our presentation this evening. I'll pass it off to Coordinator White to share with you our data.
Thank you. Good evening. As we have with previous updates, we'll start with attendance data. And with this data, you can see that our average attendance for the 22-23 school year was 94.6%, a small improvement over the 21-22 school year, 94.3%. However, it's about 2.7% short of our goal of 97%. Like to look at behavior again, as I have noted in the past, the disciplinary incidents that we have include about 16.5% of our students. So all the data that follows is really that yellow slice of the pie. This chart shows the distribution of different kinds of incidents grouped by type of incidents and organized by trimester. I presented something similar in a previous update. So just the blue section of each column is trimester 1, red is trimester 2, and yellow is trimester 3. Obviously, behaviors involving student violence or threats, it's always a concern, and that's always the highest. That's the highest number of incidents, followed by disruption and defiance. But because incidents involving violence are a concern, I want to look into that data a little bit further. And just provide some context, mainly that I want to point out that a little over half the incidents involving student physical violence, which are codes 500 and 504, are really students in kindergarten, first and second grade, kids who are developing language, regulation skills, and had limited school experience coming out of the pandemic. And so when we look at that data, it really encompasses everything. And so I just want to point out that that group of students really makes up the bulk of our data, especially any kind of physical behavior of violence towards staff. The other, that's about 86%. And then of the incidents involving physical violence, less than 25% of those incidents took place in the classroom, and only about 10% of those incidents resulted in an injury. Looking at the locations, we can see where the incidents have broken down. Where the incidents have occurred. For the sake of clarity, I've combined certain locations into instructional outside space and outside spaces. Instructional spaces include classroom, library, STEAM, any place where students are typically under the supervision of a classroom teacher, and outside spaces are like lunch tables, blacktop in the playing field. And again, like most of the behaviors that happen occur in spaces where kids have to use all of those social emotional skills with independence. Which brings us to Sown to Grow, which we've adopted as our primary measurement tool. Sown to Grow implementation began in November of last year with TK through 5. And as you can see here, we had different age groups participating in the program a little bit differently. And in March, we did a middle school trial that was similar to the one we did last year with 5th grade, which I'll be going into in a little bit more detail later. I want to look a little bit at our Sown to Grow data from this year, and this slide shows how participation changed throughout the year from November to April. What I really want to point out is that we saw an increase in participation, which is what we hope to see. And we ended up having about, at a high point, a bit over 75% of students participating. And we saw that gradual increase throughout the year, which is great. Looking at the next slide, one of the important elements of Sown to Grow is teacher feedback. And the reason why that's important is because it really drives student engagement, and it helps that build that connection that we want in the classroom. And here we can see that that we see feedback increasing over time along with the check-ins. Of course, we want to see that grow as we continue implementation, but we felt like that was off to a good start for year 1. Moving to look at participation by grade level, this graph shows the increase in student participation by grade level from November to April. And again, we see that dynamic where grades 3, 4, and 5, with the older kids participated in it more than grades TK through 2, but we did see an increase in all grade levels over time. And then this is student responses by emotion. So when students respond to the weekly check-in, they select from one of 5 emotions: awesome, good, okay, not so good. and awful. And here you can see the frequency of how each response changed over the course of the year. One of the things that we noticed with this data is that we saw a decrease in awesome and good responses in December, and an increase in okay and not so good responses in December. And so this is an example of how Sown to Grow can kind of give us those insights and clues to then kind of look deeper and kind of and use that data to respond to student needs. Another example of how we can use Sown to Grow data is in the following slide, which compares weekly check-ins with chronic absenteeism. So as I mentioned, the scores go from awesome, which is a 5, to awful, which is a 1. And so what this chart shows is for our chronically absent students, that we see, especially when students get over 30% of the school year missed, that we see that decline in how they respond on the Sown to Grow check-ins. The very, very last column is the district average, just for comparison. And so we can use this data to not only identify SDL targets and areas for growth for our students, but also communicate to parents the real impact of missed school days on their child. This next slide shows the comparison between the fall and the spring SEL survey that elementary students took. And it was actually grades 3, 4, and 5 that took this survey. And we can see that across the districts, for the most part, except for perseverance, that our students maintained or grew slightly across the 6 domains that the 6 competencies that the survey measures. And then one final Sown to Grow data point. This chart shows a correlation between the SEL survey and check-ins. And so this chart looks at students who expressed a lower sense of belonging on the fall 2022 SEL survey, and then how their responses on the check-ins changed over time. And so what we see is that students that had responded and had a poor score on belonging in the fall, over time, their scores on the check-ins improved, which is great. That's what we want to see. And these are the students that we want to reach, and this is the kind of data that indicates progress for those students. So leaving Sown to Grow and turning to CHAC, this chart shows how students received CHAC over the 22-23 school year. Just some of the different columns in their referrals are the number of students that were referred out to CHAC, assigned just the number of students that were assigned to a clinician. One time is kids who received emergency, kind of like one-time urgent services. And then kids typically have CHAC services throughout the year, but for a variety of reasons, they may be discharged. And sometimes they are discharged in the middle of the year because their goals are met. And so that is what that column is. The last column is waitlisted, and that was something that we really focused on this year. And the next slide is a slide that shows how wait lists ebbed and flowed for group and individual referrals throughout the school year. So the big change that we made to how we process wait lists is this year in previous years, schools would, once a clinician reported that they were at capacity, schools would stop submitting referrals and start building a list of students waiting for a referral. What we did this year was we asked schools to submit referrals even if their clinician was at capacity. And what that allowed CHAC to do is it allowed CHAC to really know what the need was at each individual school. And then Director Jinbo and I and the CHAC director that we met with would be able to triage student need. And then if there was availability elsewhere, provide some short-term support to reduce the time that kids would be on wait lists. We continue to provide students with services through Pacific Clinics. And so Pacific Clinics reported a total of 36 elementary and 65 middle school students receiving either prevention and early intervention services or school league services this year. And then, we've reported out on our wellness policy goals update. I know we've talked a lot about that. All of the goals that we established in nutrition promotion and nutrition education were fully in place. And the same is true for physical activity and also for other school-based activities. All of those goals were fully in place this school year. Turning to specifically our trimester 3 activities. The Health and Wellness Committee had its final meeting this May, and we focused on developing 23-24 local school wellness policy priorities. Our cost team at Castro and our Wellness Center, we continue to meet monthly with the SCOE Wellness Center team. the Wellness Center really created a lot of great materials and received a lot of positive attention from the county for SCOE's Hackawell promotion for Mental Health Awareness Month. And then Director Jimbo and I were honored to co-present with our partners at SCOE at the California School-Based Health Alliance Conference in Sacramento. The social emotional work group completed unpacking focus competencies. We got teacher feedback and had a lot of great conversation towards SEL competencies progression. Acknowledge Alliance launched with resilience groups for school staff, coaches, and principals. And then there were a couple of situations that required site-based grief and crisis support. We were grateful to have Acknowledge Alliance as partners to support our staff in those moments. And then we also had Mental Health Awareness Month, which provided resources and communication to family about raising awareness for mental health. We've continued to have our weekly meetings with the track director. Recently, we've been planning for the end of year support and then track SEL instruction for 23-24, which will benefit all students. And Director Jimbo and I had multi-agency meetings with CHAC, Pacific Clinics, and Castor Wellness Center. As I mentioned earlier, one of our major activities this spring was the Sown to Grow Middle School trial. That was from March to May. We had 279 participants from Crittenden and Graham. Those students participated in weekly emotional check-ins, reflections, SEL surveys. Here you can see who participated in the trial and just kind of how that ebbed and flowed. But what I really want to show you is on the next slide, the trial at a glance. You can see the check-ins and feedbacks. I just want to call out our teachers that participated in the trial, did a great job providing consistent feedback to the students during like the busiest time of year with testing and everything. So again, just if anybody's listening, just want to express gratitude for that. They did a great job. And here you can see how responses received feedback. And just to quickly go over that, green is no feedback. And then the top two ones, awful and not so good. Those are, while we aim for 100% feedback across all student ratings, those kids that are saying, I feel awful, I feel not so good, those are the kids that really, really need that teacher feedback. And so we were happy to see that those kids were the ones who most often received the teacher feedback. And then we have our SEL survey results, and just similar to our elementary schools, the pre and post trial survey data shows that kids during that short period of time, kids maintained their SEL competencies, or the SEL competencies, their ratings for that grew slightly during the trial. Here is some Sown to Grow trial teacher feedback. I don't want to, just in the interest of time, I know we're short on time, so I'm not going to read verbatim all of the comments, but you can see them here. Again, something that we heard from the teachers is that, yeah, it's great that we have this to share with kids. It helps me get to know my students in a different way that I might not have. And then there are some other concerns like, students taking the appropriate amount of time. And then also, it's hard to find time, just with anything in middle school because there's so many priorities. Looking at the student feedback, I'll be honest, they're middle school students. There was a little bit of this is lame, but there was also a lot of really great feedback from the kids where they talked about, connecting with their teachers and being able to share how they were feeling. Students can track their progress over time and how they're feeling. And then, some of the questions that came up were about, thinking of what to write, but then also thinking about like, okay, so how do I use what I've learned about posting on social media when I'm posting on Sown to Grow? So finally, with this, just some considerations and takeaways from our activities this year. What did we learn to help us move forward? First, Sown to Grow has been a really helpful SEL measurement tool, and it also integrates really well into MTSS. And we're moving from a year 1 to year 2 implementation for elementary school, and we're starting year 1 for middle school. So it's really important that we continue to take that adaptive approach to implementation, and that means being responsive to teacher feedback, particularly with middle school, and finding ways to balance Sown to Grow with competing priorities and other logistical constraints. LSWP goals and SEL initiatives, they aren't things that exist in isolation. We want, they intersect and overlap with each other, particularly social emotional learning. So finding ways to align those goals and initiatives with each other and with MTSS that supports our strategic plan goal of implementing a whole school, whole community, whole child model. And then finally, as we continue to develop an integrated and consistent approach to social emotional learning, we recognize that each of our schools, either have adopted or in the process of adopting a variety of SEL practices and programs. And with those varying initiatives, SEL competencies really give us that shared language that will help us develop a clearly defined approach that identifies consistent learning outcomes and also helps us evaluate those site-based practices. So moving on. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Karen.
On the following slides, we've just going to skim over what we are looking at for our plan for 23-24. Here are our policy goals that work from the goals that we had this year. And again, we'll provide a final report by June 30th with trimester progress reports, and then our Health and Wellness Committee will continue to meet. We'll also have our mental health services in place and continue with our CHAC SEL instruction. So our students TK through 5 will continue with SEL instruction through CHAC, as well as our mental health services. SEL, our work group will continue to meet again this year and expand our work on scope and sequence of targets. We did provide a sample draft of what those skill progressions look like, and we'll continue to expand those with our work group. Again, Sown to Grow, continue to go through elementary. We'll start year 1, and we want to just fly through these next steps, working towards our strategic plan goals, move in the order that we have designed, continue with CHAC, our Sown to Grow, Health and Wellness Committee and SEL work group, and again, provide you a report by the end of the year. With that, I'll stop share and hand it back to the board.
Thank you so much, Director Jinbo and Coordinator White. Are there any questions from the trustees? Trustee Blakely.
I just had one. With the behavior incidents, it looked like there were fewer of them in the 3rd trimester. And I'm wondering if there's any hypotheses about whether that was because of Sown to Grow and some of the implementations that you were doing, or is it something to monitor in the future to see?
I'd like to be optimistic and say yes. No, we did implement many things this year, which I think have contributed. The SEL instruction from CHAC has, I think, we've gotten some good feedback on that. And I think the fact that we are having our teachers and our students have a feedback exchange around what the kids are really feeling like every day, the teachers get a lot more insight. So I think I would say that there is a contributing factor to that.
Thank you. Here's hoping.
All right, we'll take community comment. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium in person with a speaker card. Seeing as there's no community comment at this time, I have one short comment on this item. Do any other trustees have a comment? Trustee Chang. Oh, no, go ahead.
I'll try to be concise. We have 3 minutes, or I'm excited that on the goals for next year is to work on the scope and sequence. I appreciate the draft that's been uploaded. Just seeking as the committee works on this to look at it with the lens of like what's developmental, looking at the child's development from each age of what emotions and needs. Because when I look at the current draft of it, it kind of looks like it's taking a skill and breaking it down from like beginner to advanced. But when you look at some of the themes in the middle school category, those are actually things that you would probably realistically introduce even in elementary school. So like, I think the breakdown right now should be kind of applied with an age-based lens. And so I look forward to that. I think there's more, it's a draft, so there's more work to do, and excited about that.
I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation and the report. It was really helpful. You know, we got to talk about a lot of this at the strategic plan discussion, and we got to read about it. And so it was nice to see the data tonight to kind of pair with that with the Sown to Grow data. And we look forward to the report by June 30th. On that note, I don't think any direction is being sought tonight. So we'll thank you. Thank you for staying up with us so late. And we hope you have a wonderful summer. We will now move on to item 11, board updates. I assume trustees are going to send those in. Item 12, well, if there's a member of the public that wants to comment on board updates. No. Item 12 is future board meeting dates. Our next board meeting will be August 5th, 2023. That is the board retreat. What are we okay? Okay. All right. And on, yes,
Question about
trustee Chang.
for that meeting, August 5th, process for knowing what the agenda is for the board retreat?
So we were surveyed earlier this year about the agenda for this retreat, but it was kind of further back earlier in the spring because we were going to try and have it this spring. So I know that President Berman has all of that information and is working on the agenda. I will defer to her regarding when the agenda is sent out to trustees, but she does have all of that feedback in the request from trustees on that. All right, and on that note, we will adjourn this meeting of the Mountain View Business School Board at 10:30 p.m. Thank you.
Happy summer, everyone.
Happy summer. Be